Annie? Test, 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 test. Hear me? None of
Yes, Commissioner, I can hear you. I think that might be a connectivity issue on your end, because here being connected to the county network, the Zoom doesn't seem to be working.
Test, test, can you hear me now? Test, test.
Natalie, we can't hear you still.
Yep, way faster.
Test, test.
Can't hear you, Natalie.
Test.
Yeah. He said 10 minutes. Okay. Test, test. Nikki, can you hear me? What was that? Test, test.
Fantastic news, I hear you.
You heard me?
I did.
Perfect. All right. Everyone else in Zoom, can you hear me? Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tarkanian? All right, perfect. Okay, Chairman, we'll just wait for Commissioner Gardner to get back and we can get started. Commissioner Rice, are you on Zoom? Hey, Wes, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me, sir? Perfect, I can hear you. Danny, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, we are ready when you are, Chairman.
Thank you, Natalie. This is a most auspicious and heralded occasion. We're having a special budget meeting, a joint meeting with the Library Board of Trustees. And we'll start off with Amy Bergens giving the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you'll stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Amy. We would like the members of the Library Board to introduce themselves. To my immediate left is Bonnie Rogers. And Bonnie, if you would start, and then we'll go right around the room. Thank you. And push your button there to turn on that microphone. It's the second from the right. There should be a red light go on. There. Red light turned on.
Okay. I am Bonnie Rogers, and I'm Chair of the Library Board of Trustees.
Heather Martin Meyer, M-A-I-E-R, Vice Chair, Library Board of Trustees.
I'm Jill Harper on the Library Board of Trustees.
Kate Garahan, trustee.
Dr. Elizabeth Tattersall, trustee.
Thank you. Okay, what we'll do is we'll start off and discuss public comment as it relates to this meeting. Public comment will be taken during the beginning and again at the end of the board meeting. Additional public comment periods may be allowed on the individual agenda items at the discretion of the chairman. It is requested that members of the public provide public comment on those agenda items when they are considered. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker and on matters which the board has jurisdiction, supervision, or control. It is requested that the public comment be respectful of different viewpoints and that individuals do not engage in personal attacks or become disruptive or disorderly during the conduct of the meeting. In addition, opening public comment will be also taken on the following agenda items when they are discussed, items A and B as presented. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners of the Douglas County Library Board of Trustees. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to make any public comment? Seeing none, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to make public comment?
Chairman, Natalie Wood for the record. We do not have any attendees on Zoom.
Seeing no public comment, we'll continue with the meeting. This item is for action. Approval of the proposed agenda. The Board of Commissioners reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the same efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the meeting?
I make a motion we approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I second that.
There is a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. The next item for possible action. Discussion to approve the amendments to the fiscal year 2020-21 internal audit plan to replace the Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP, efficiency study project with a proposed library review plan. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Do they need to convene? Do they need to convene as a library board?
Do you want me to say it? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Just for the record, could you clarify that the board is convening a joint meeting of the Board of County Commissioners and the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees at this time?
Certainly. The board will convene as a joint meeting of the Board of County Commissioners and the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees.
It's okay. Okay. Can you hear me okay? I should have moved over there, sorry. Thank you. This is the first joint meeting of the Library Board of Trustees and the Board of County Commissioners during my tenure. It's interesting to see everybody together in the same place. So happy to be here today and talk about this first agenda item. This is a discussion to amend the internal audit plan. Moss Adams is our contracted internal auditor, and they have an annual audit plan, and they look at various functions of the county, and they write a report and propose changes to improve how the county functions. We've had numerous audits by them. They do several per year. They have all been very collaborative and positive experiences, and Moss Adams is very good about working with the departments that they're looking at, as well as the county manager's office and finance. Their function is actually under the finance department, under CFO Terry Willoughby. That's why her name's on this agenda item as well. You know, the library has a lot of new board members. There has been quite a bit of public controversy around the library in the last year. There also was an investigation that the library commissioned and looked into that. That the results of that investigation, I would say, found no wrongdoing of policies or laws or anything like that. It did say that communication could be improved, and that's, I mean, you've all read it. It came to your board, but that would be my summary of that. As we were looking at the audit functions that Moss Adams provides, Moss Adams also oversees our fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. So when we get complaints, they tend to go to them for review first to determine if it's something that needs to be looked at further. So we started talking, and we thought it would be very helpful if Moss Adams conducted a review of the library as a department of the county. I think this is a very good process to look at the workings of a department. Its focus is not on personalities or particular problem areas. They're looking broadly at how well it functions as an organization. Does it have clear policies, good communication, are job classifications correct, that kind of thing. It's a very holistic look at an organization. And we haven't done one of these so far with Moss Adams as our internal auditor. They're in their third year of their audit program right now. But it's something I really wanted to start for the county. I think it's very important. So far, the audits that they've done have looked at certain functions. For instance, we had an audit of cash handling, and so they looked at cash handling in multiple departments and made some really good recommendations back to us. I think looking at a department from top to bottom is very helpful and healthy for that organization. And Moss Adams will go through a process of collecting information, what policy and procedures in place. They would interview all of the library board members as well as library staff and other stakeholders in the county. And they'll work up a draft report and make some recommendations. And I don't, at this point know what those recommendations are going to be, but it'll be collaborative. Once they have a draft, they'll come back to management, they'll come back to myself and Terry Willoughby and the library director and go through their preliminary findings, and we'll talk that out. And, sometimes they'll make modifications based on that input. Once the report was complete, I see that report coming to the Library Board of Trustees for you guys to decide what actions you would take based on those recommendations. It would also come back to the Board of County Commissioners as part of the audit program so that you can see those results as well. That's it in a nutshell. Do we have somebody from Moss Adams here? Yeah, okay, so we have somebody from Moss Adams on Zoom if you have other questions. What I'm hoping we can do today is sort of a two-part motion because you're two different bodies. What I'm hoping is that the library board can agree to have this agency review done. And if you agree to that, then the library board, the Board of County Commissioners would do a motion to approve amending the audit program for Moss Adams to add that this year. If they get that approved, they'll start that right away. I think it will take them about 3 months, so July, maybe late July, we would probably be looking at draft reports. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the Board of Trustees?
If there's no discussion, you could move to a motion. But oh yeah, we need to take public comment before there's any motions. So if there's no discussion, then we could probably move on to public comment. Whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, we'll open the floor to public comment. Any public comment from the from the room?
Chairman, apparently Zoom has lost audio, so we might need to take a break for a minute.
Natalie, this is Nikki on the Zoom call. We do not have audio from the board chambers partway through Patrick speaking.
All right, due to the technical difficulties, we'll take 5 minutes.
Can you hear me now? Nikki, can you hear me? Why does it show I'm muted? Test, test, test.
Patrick, I assume you had that speech memorized?
Test, test. Okay, thank you, Nikki. So, Sue, are we ready to start again?
Okay, we'll reconvene. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment on Zoom?
No, sir. Natalie Wood for the record. No public comment on Zoom.
Would any of the commissioners care to make a comment? Any questions? I'd like to direct a question to Moss Adams. Who would be the respondent? Are they in the room? Moss Adams, can you? Can you enlighten the board into the procedures and financial audit that you conducted with the library board or the library? what procedures did you use for the audit?
Sure. So our work for the county began with an enterprise risk assessment where we included the library as part of that assessment in terms of looking at across about 15 different areas of risk. We've also included the county or the library in a number of our internal controls projects, and I can pull those up if you give me just a minute.
Is that your response?
So our most recent cash report, we did include the library in that. And so any area where we brought in cash, we did internal audit procedures, taking a look at how cash was brought in, how reconciliation was done, things like that. Would you like me to go through? We've got about 3 years of internal audit reports, so I can certainly pull those up and take a look at what we have done and how that has touched the library. That's going to take me a couple of minutes, though.
Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Willoughby.
Terry Willoughby for the record. Moss Adams are our internal auditors. They are not our financial auditors. That would be Eide Bailey. It's a different firm.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board, from the trustees for the library? Seeing none, this is an action item. Would anybody on the board care to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, it was my understanding in direction of legal counsel, if I'm not mistaken, is that the first action was for the Library Board of Trustees to discuss this item, and then they come forward with a motion after public comment, and then pass that motion. And then after they pass that motion, I was under the understanding that then it would come back to the Board of Commissioners for action. So, thank you.
Do any members of the library board have any further discussion on this matter?
I was just curious if Amy had anything that input she wanted to give to us. No? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ritchie, does that satisfy the, oh, excuse me.
I was going to go ahead and make a motion. Elizabeth Tattersall, Library Trustee. I move that we proceed with this audit. It seems like it would also be helpful with our upcoming long-range planning to have this audit information.
I second it, Jill Harper.
Excuse me, Bonnie, we need to have your microphone on so that.
We have to have the microphone.
Thank you.
Okay, all of those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Are those opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome, Ms. Rogers. And we'll bring it back to the board for possible action. Do we hear a motion?
Mr. Chair. Okay. Based on the vote of the Library Board of Trustees, at this time.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Next, item B for possible action. Discussion to approve the fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget supplemental and CIP request for Douglas County Library. Ms. Willoughby. Ms. Willoughby?
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. We're going to be discussing the library's fiscal year 2021 proposed budget, and you've approved the tentative budget, but today I'll be going through some basics about the budget, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Dobson for your questions on her budget. The library is funded by two sources: the sales tax for the Parks, Airport, Library, and Seniors, or PALS sales tax, and the balance of her budget is funded by a transfer from the county's general fund. As you can see on the screen, I provided a 5-year comparative of expenditures, which was in your packet. You'll see the total expenditures for fiscal year 2021-22 are $1.9 million. This compares to $1.7 million in fiscal year 2021. This is due to the restoration of held positions that were not funded in the fiscal year 2021 budget, and I have a list of those. They're also in your packet. Services and supplies, there was a minor increase, but not anything material. The major increase in the budget is due to the restoration of those positions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Dobson so she can answer your questions on her budget.
Good morning. Amy Dodson, Library Director, for the record. Thank you so much for asking me to give this presentation today. As Terry said, we are funded by two sources. Historically, we were part of the room tax fund up until the fiscal year 20, and then we became our own fund in that fiscal year. So we're still a bit new in this fund. I'm going to bring up, whoops. This is just a summary of information you've probably already seen from Ms. Willoughby, but it shows a little bit of our historical revenue. As you can see, fiscal year 17, 18, and 19. Thank you. Whoopsie. That one, yeah. Thank you, sorry. There we go. Thank you, Natalie. On the screen and in your packet, you'll see our historical revenue. And in fiscal year 17, 18, and 19, we were still part of the room tax fund, but we are now in our own fund. We're very happy that tax revenues are trending up. That's always good news for us. I want to spend most of the time here on expenditures, especially services and supplies, but I'm happy to answer any questions at any time. Let's make sure this comes up. This is our org chart. It shows all of our positions. When we are fully staffed, we have an FTE of 17.44. That's 3 full-time positions. The rest, part-time positions. The rest are full-time. I'm happy to answer any questions about that. I just wanted to make it available. And then expenditures. There we go. So as Ms. Willoughby mentioned, probably the most noticeable increase is that for salaries and benefits. Whoops, let me move that. Come on, sorry. There we go. Actually, the services and supplies in our proposed budget this year are slightly lower than the base budget year, which was fiscal year 20. I've made some significant changes over the last 6.5 years that I've been the library director in terms of finances. Fiscally, I'm pretty conservative, and I like to follow the budget very carefully, as does the library board. I've made some cost reductions over the last 6 or 7 years that have allowed us to provide the programs and services that we provide. As some costs have increased, like the cost of books, the cost of supplies, cost of utilities, those will always increase, but I've made some significant changes, especially in technology, that has saved us a very significant amount of money. For example, we outsource some of our higher level IT work to an outsourced company. Our old company was charging us upwards of $50,000 per year. We have now contracted with a new company for the last couple of years, and it averages about $20,000 a year. So that's one significant change. We've also upgraded our internet service at both libraries to faster service and less expensive service, so that has also saved us a generous amount. I'm happy to answer any specific questions about any line items. But this history covers most of my tenure here in Douglas County. There's a breakdown, excuse me.
Ms. Rogers?
Oh.
The outside technical support, do you have your own proprietary software for the library?
Yeah, are you asking me or Chairman Rogers? I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, we do. It's called ILS, which stands for Integrated Library System, and that is a software system that both keeps our inventory as well as our patron records all in one package. It's the heart of what we do, and it's what replaced the card catalog as well as many other things.
So you maintain your own hardware and software?
Sorry, yes, we do.
Thank you.
We also have our own IT specialist who's here with me today if you have any technical questions. Again, Amy Dodson for the record. This spreadsheet that's on your screen and in your packet summarizes the transfer in from the PAL sales tax as well as from the general fund, bringing the total, as Ms. Willoughby said, to $1.9 million. The bulk of that, of course, is salaries and wages, as it is for any department. The rest of our budget is services and supplies, which is a total of $623,853. Are there any questions about any of this so far? Okay, great. The library has always been fiscally conservative. Typically, public libraries across America are operating under tight budgets, as are we. And it's something that we've become really good at. We like to save money because we want to reserve that money for books and programs and services. Our library offers a very wide range of services, which I'm also happy to talk about if you have any questions about our programs.
Ms. Dodson?
Yes.
What criteria do you use for the selection of the books in your inventory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy Dodson for the record. We use multiple criteria, and in no particular order, we use data about demand, appropriate age level, professional reviews, requests from patrons, and popular authors. Those are the main criteria that we use, but that doesn't apply to every single item. Generally, if a patron requests something and we're able to get it, we get it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Ms. Rogers and the rest of the library board, I appreciate you coming today and visiting with us. As Mr. Cates expressed, this is something that's not usual for us to meet with one of our advisory boards. So I appreciate that, and I have to always keep in mind when I'm talking with folks of your nature that you are all volunteers. You get paid nothing for this, and we appreciate all of the volunteers that volunteer to be on our boards, advisory boards throughout the county. So
Another 5-minute technical break.
Test, test. I think it was during Mark's, when Mark was speaking. Test, test. Test, test, can you hear me? Test, test, can you hear me now? Colleen, you can hear me? Okay, Nikki, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. We'll get started shortly. I'll get the chair to get started. It seems like we keep losing the audio through SOSU. They did some rewiring, so hopefully that should correct it. And then where did you lose audio? Was it while Mark was speaking? Sorry, I'm trying to listen. I'm just looking at you. What? Okay, we're back on audio, and Commissioner Gardner, they didn't hear anything you said.
I'm pretty used to that, Natalie. Thank you.
Are we operational again? Natalie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll reconvene. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. So I didn't write down my notes on what I just said, and apparently it didn't get caught into the minutes, or at least via Zoom. So I'll try to start this over with again. And I wanted to recognize and appreciate the library board for joining us today. And once again, that's not something that is common. We don't have a lot of opportunities to meet with our different advisory boards. I think it's important for us and the public to always keep in mind that the 5 of you are volunteers, and the time you put in is uncompensated. And so we appreciate that. And I think it would be remiss of us if we didn't recognize that you do that. You take your personal time to be involved in our county, and just as the other boards, we do appreciate that. I hope you understand that. Ms. Dodson, I appreciate your attendance as well today. Thank you for coming. The thing that we're discussing today is a library budget, and we're discussing all the budgets within our departments throughout the county. And excuse me, I thought that it's on silent, but anyways, pardon me. Anyways, and I think I'm pretty much the instigator of this based on our budget discussions a couple of weeks ago, earlier in April, because I had some concerns. And one of our primary functions as commissioners is the fiduciary responsibility we have to protect the taxpayer dollars within our county. And so I want to state some numbers that I think is important for us and the public to understand. Last year, obviously, we're still recovering from a pandemic, and last year the Board of Commissioners met and asked departments throughout the county to reduce expenses in anticipation of a significant drop in county revenues. And I appreciate them and what they did in that effort to do that. I don't know if any of you participated in our board meetings the second week of April of this year, but we had over 1,000 pages of documents to go through. And in that process, we reviewed every department, and you're one of the few departments that I think we're going to have come before us. And it's because of the financial issues that I see that concern me. And a lot of these questions are not my questions. They came from public comments that I got in regards to the operations of the library. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but when we went through those 1,000 pages of documents, I started counting up the number of county employees that were furloughed during the pandemic because of an anticipated loss in revenue by the county. And of course, as you know, payroll and wages and salaries and benefits are our largest expense item throughout the county. And so if we can't bring that under control, then we're going to have significant shortfalls in the ability to maintain our county in a fiscal manner. So I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but I went through those 1,000 pages in each department, and I counted up in departments not including community services of 27 furloughs within the county. Now, in addition to that, we had our county community services department take a 39% reduction in costs. We asked them to cut their budget by 39%. That's a significant cut. Of that, there were 22, in addition to the 27 from other departments, there were 22 that were furloughed in the community services department and 11 positions that were frozen. When I count all that up, 60 people within this county paid a significant price for being a county employee. Significant price. And I can assure you that the conversations that our community services department and all of our other departments in regards to these furloughs were not pleasant conversations. However, they were critical and necessary conversations that had to take place. And I don't know if you've ever been in the position, I have. I can say that when we had turndowns in the economy from time to time, I was in the unpleasant situation of having cuts within the company and losing my position and having to find other employment. And so I understand how an employee feels, and I understand how the supervisor feels in that regard of reducing that. So, Ms. Dotson, while you indicate that you're a fiscal conservative, I didn't see any reductions in employees in the library, and and yet you're as I look at your the processes. You took you shut down the library, as I understand it, on March 16th. You resumed curbside services, as I understand it, on June 1st, but that was curbside services only. And yet you maintained a full-time staff, to my understanding and knowledge. And so while other employees within this county paid a significant price, it doesn't feel to me like the library recognized the pandemic at all, other than to just shut their doors. And the way I look at it, this isn't any pleasant for me, by the way, as I'm sure it is for you. Okay, these are not easy conversations that we're having, but when I view the library and then I look at the private sector, for lack of a understand, for lack of another analogy, I have to look at an operation, a private enterprise operation such as Barnes & Noble, who basically is in the same business as our public library, only they do it for profit. Okay? And they did not close their doors. They did reduce staff. They did have social distancing. But we closed our doors and we still maintained the staff. And so while other departments within this county took significant hits, and we're trying to recover from those, and we're going to be going through supplemental budgets here today, the rest of the day after we adjourn from this joint session, where we're going to try to replace and put those people back in place. But we were able to offer, and we didn't have, by the way, even with that, we did not have one department that actually fully closed their operations. They went on abbreviated schedules. They did away with some of the seasonal people, but so we're going to try to get those people back to work in some function. So, anyways, that's where I am on and that's my concerns. Is that, and that's the concerns I'm hearing out of the public as well. And we're still not back to full operations with the library. Anyways, that's just a general feeling right now. I'm not sure, Ms. Willoughby, I'm not sure exactly what our process is here today. This is a question I'll pose to you. We talk about a tentative budget, approval of a tentative budget, supplemental budget items, and capital improvement items for the Douglas County Library funds as presented. So I'm not sure exactly what our process is with the library budget in specific today. And are we looking to approve? We're going to come back at some point in time, if I'm not mistaken, with final budgets. And so are we being asked to adjust these budgets today, or are we going to be coming back and adjusting budgets later on? Thank you.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, Chief Financial Officer. So today's discussion, we would look for any changes that you wish to make for the final budget. You've approved the tentative budget, which is the library has no supplemental requests. They do have 2 capital improvement projects that remain unfunded. If those 2 projects were to be funded today, and we'll talk about those during the CIP process, it would increase the transfer from the general fund. But as of today, those remain unfunded. So we would look for any changes that the board recommends to the budget, and those would be incorporated into the final budget, which will come back to the board in May. I would just like to point out that the current budget does include the funding of the 3 vacant positions that were held and not funded in fiscal year 2021. And I would expect there might be some salary savings. I don't know if those would all be filled like on July 1st, but they are funded for the entire year.
Commissioner Gardner, Amy Dodson for the record. I would like to answer some of your concerns because it troubles me that you have some misinformation. The library closed on March 17th, 2020 due to the pandemic. We reopened in May. May 12th, we started curbside service. Later in the summer, we opened for limited hours. We did for browsing. We did close again the browsing service for a couple of months in the fall when the pandemic was at its height, and then reopened again before January 1. We've been providing more than just curbside service. Just to give you a couple of quick examples, when we came back to work in May, we had over 5,000 items returned that needed to be checked in, sanitized, and shelved. And that takes a number of people, actually a few weeks to tackle. We've been open since May in one form or another. We've also been providing services by phone, online, and in any way that we can. We're issuing library cards over the phone. We're helping people print a resume or work on a project that they need to work on in any way that we could do so safely. And I think that it's important for the public to know that we have been trying to serve everyone the best that we can and still remaining safe and following all of the guidelines from the state as well as the CDC. We've been busy working more than one job because of those 3 frozen positions. We have several people who are doing much more than they normally would. So I do feel your pain when it comes to other employees being furloughed and other positions being frozen, but that was one of our most significant cuts. Our budget for the fiscal year 2021, when we suffered some of those deductions, our budget was cut by 34%. That was mostly because of the general fund transfer in was reduced by $200,000. So we didn't just have to make some changes in what we do, but we lost almost all of our book budget. Because so many of the line items in our budget are essential and cannot be reduced. We have to pay for water, we have to pay for trash pickup, and so on. And so our book budget took the largest hit and was reduced by at least 40% in the last fiscal year. So we have recognized the effects of the pandemic in our department. And on May 1st, we're reopening with our previous hours at the Minden Library, and the bookmobile will be back at full-time service as of that date as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosad?
Yeah, Ms. Dodson, the reference to the 3 frozen positions, were those people in your employ at the time they were frozen?
No, sir, they were not.
So these were additional people that you were planning for?
Well, no. There was one vacancy because someone had resigned. There was another vacancy because it was frozen right at the time that we were about to make an offer to someone. The timing was just odd. And then the other one was a new position that had been filled, but someone was promoted. And so yes and no. A couple of those people were in our employ, but as I said, one resigned right before the pandemic and the other was about to be offered.
Okay, so prior to your actually being able to fill those positions is when this whole thing began.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, those were authorized positions that were vacant at the time they were frozen.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I don't have the dates right in front of me, but we closed altogether in March. We reopened with curbside service in May, and then we introduced browsing hours in June. Those were in effect until October, and then October through December, we had curbside service and online service only again, and then reopened with browsing hours the beginning of February. Oh, I'm sorry. Curbside service has been in place all along since May 12th of last year. So that has never ended. But we had browsing hours in effect and temporarily closed the browsing from October to the end of January and then resumed the browsing hours in February.
That's the plan. So it was 4 long months. I mean, that was 1/3 of the entire pandemic. wanted to get your input why you thought was the case.
I didn't quite understand him. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand the end of your question.
I just wanted to see what was your understanding, or can you explain to us why you were out close to 4 months when the other county offices were open during part of that time?
Okay, thank you. First, I would say that we're very different from other county departments. We're fairly unique, and I don't know the operations of every department, but I will say that having the library fully open means a lot of contact and a lot of people close together, despite how we may try to enforce social distancing. It's a small building and it's difficult to do that. The virus numbers were on the rise, and we made the decision that it was safer to provide distant service rather than up-close service.
One final statement. You weren't, when you were browsing services that you closed down in October through January, you weren't fully open. You had limited number of people. You had precautions in place. So that isn't your answer that, hey, a library fully open would have exposed and been dangerous to people isn't completely accurate. You had limitations on that, and you closed those limitations, and there was no service for 4 months. That's all I have. Thank you.
Library Trustee Elizabeth Tattersall. I want to point out that curbside service is still a type of being open. And many, many patrons took advantage of curbside service. And I realize it's a little bit different kind of library experience than walking into the building, but it's not like a complete closure.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as long as you bring up one important item that I have questions about, and then I have some other questions regarding another issue. I would like to remind you that while we do furlough 60 employees, that didn't mean that any of our services went away, but that the existing employees had to pick up that slack and still perform those services. And that, once again, concerns me. You mentioned the bookmobile. And, several weeks ago, I had the opportunity to participate with Community Services in serving Easter lunches to our seniors coming through the community center. And I noticed that the bookmobile was there on that lot. While I appreciate and I completely endorse the use of a bookmobile, I question the use of the bookmobile 3 miles away from the existing library. Seems to me that it's not necessarily, and I by the way, I want to be careful here. I don't want to nitpick your budget, and I don't want to go through the line item by line item and make those decisions. Those are not our decisions really to make. That's your decisions to make, and how best to spend the public trust money that we is allocated through PALS and through the general budget. So please don't misunderstand that. But our residents in South County have to travel great distances to use the public library. Is there any plan, or what is your plan, I suppose I should ask, and this is probably of the library board versus the library director, what is your plans to bring the bookmobile into South County, or perhaps even into Indian Hills in that area? We are going back to senior lunches. I don't know if you've heard the news, but we are going back to senior lunches starting on May 10th. And we provide, although all the meals are made at the community center, We get remote service of meals to seniors at the TRE Community Center on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays, and then up at Indian Hills on Wednesdays and Fridays. Is there any plans that we can anticipate and share with our residents down in South County and in North County? I know we have a nice little service up in the Tahoe Township with a library up there, but you know, it just seems to me that I know that our seniors, both up in North County and South County, and for that matter, our school children, would perhaps enjoy having the ability to utilize the bookmobile in those locations. So is there any plans in that regard, Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Geithner, at our meeting following this meeting, we have a plan in our packet to approve for the reopening of the library on May 1st. Now, it does include expansion of bookmobile services to TRE, and I'm not real sure, Amy, does it include Indian Hills?
Yes, it does.
Okay, but the board is going to look at that plan immediately after we leave this meeting to approve it for opening full services on May 1st.
And what could we communicate to our residents in both of those locations in regards to how often?
As soon as we have the plan, I will send you a copy that you can give to your constituents.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Gardner, I can answer that question. The bookmobile is planned to go to the TRE Community Center once a week, and Indian Hills every other week. We will also be going to the monthly VFW breakfast at the TRE Community Center, and that's all in the plan that Ms. Rogers just mentioned.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sure that the residents will be extremely pleased to hear that. The second thing I wanted to ask about, in a lot of other jurisdictions, I know that groups such as yours, the library, enjoys the services of a foundation that goes out and acquires funds to help fund their library. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we used to have a foundation. Can you enlighten us as to what happened to that? Why we don't have a foundation any longer, or what what's the thought process is in regards to helping supplement your budget through the use of a foundation?
Commissioner, oh, sorry. Sorry. Jill Harper is probably the best person to answer this question. We do have a Friends of the Library as well, but I'll hand it over to Trustee Harper for that.
Yes, I was on the Library Foundation for 11 years, and the last 2 years I was the chairman of the Library Foundation. We were informed that all of a sudden library foundations had to follow the open meeting laws. And that was really a challenge when you're trying to do fundraising and you can't talk to more than 2 people at a time, and you have to have an agenda and you have to put it 3 days ahead of time. And we were looking into alternatives. We talked to Doug Ritchie often, trying to come up with alternatives. Maybe we could join on to the county commissioners and just be a fundraising group instead of calling us a foundation. Something happened in Nevada where some foundation did something that was wrong, and so they made this a standard throughout Nevada. So what had happened was we had voted that we were going to disband, and then we were going to try to come back together in a different form, but still with the same mission to raise money for, like, we raised almost $200,000 for that bookmobile. So anyway, we decided that we were going to disband and then try to reroute ourselves. And then someone behind everybody's, that was the decision that we made. Someone gathered people behind everybody's back, I was not included, and tried to start something up, and it was very hostile. One person was very hostile in the group, and it just kind of fell apart. And I'm really sorry that that happened. So all of our money went to the Friends of the Library, and I'm still very involved at the Friends of the Library and starting the book sales up again. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Ms. Harper. Yeah. Mr. Chair, I have a couple of other questions, though, if you'll
Commissioner
indulge
Gardner.
me. Some of the things you just said really concern me, and only because it has nothing to do with this body, but I am the chairman of a 501c3 organization myself with the Carson Valley Friends of the NRA, and I don't know that, Mr. Ritchie, are we subject to open meeting law, So how is the difference? What's the difference here between, because I know we have the Carson Valley Arts Council as well, which is a 501c3 charitable organization, and I don't believe they're subject to open meeting law regulations as well. So how can you enlighten me of the differences between what the Library Foundation was and these other 501c3s that operate within our county and are not subject to OML? Thank you.
Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Ritchie.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The foundation wasn't exactly a 501c3 private. It was a creature of statute. And again, this is a while ago, so my memory may be a little fuzzy, but there was a change in the statute where they had to comply with Nevada's open meeting law. They made the choice independently to how to react to that. Other than that, I can't speak to that. Nevada's open meeting law does not generally apply to 501c3s, the private corporations, but because of the foundations, as I recall, it's a creature of statute. They were subject to Nevada's open meeting law.
And Mr. Ritchie, how does that affect the Friends of the Library? Is that a 501c3 also?
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I do not know. It is a private organization, just like your organization. I'm not their legal counsel. I do not know. But as a private entity, I'm sure that they have their own legal counsel and they file whatever forms they're supposed to file.
So what you may be suggesting is a matter of name versus function?
I think, as Trustee Harper indicated, they were pursuing the option of continuing their mission in a different form, but that didn't proceed. But again, the District Attorney's Office doesn't provide advice to them. So.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dotson, if I may, I have one question for you. All this time that, or the times that the library was closed, there were back office functions continuing, if I understand that right. For example, the 5,000 books you had to take back in. This is the back office work. The library could be closed, but you still have staff working. You want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy Dodson for the record. Yes, we've been doing back office work all along since May of 2020, as I said. Not just checking in. We continue to receive new books, order new books, process them, shelve them, answer the phone, answer emails, and so on and so on. So all of our functions, with the exception of full-time service, have been in place all this time.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the library board, from the Board of Commissioners? Commissioner Gardner?
Maybe it'd be time to see if I don't know if other commissioners have other questions. Otherwise, maybe the thing I recognize here in regards to the finances is that we're projecting, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Willoughby, a increase by the PALS money. There's two funding sources, as I understand it. PALS money and general funds allocations from our general fund. And the PALS money is via resolution and set at 55%. Am I correct in that number?
Terry Willoughby for the record. That's correct. It was set by the board by resolution in 2019, I believe. Before, it was sort of a negotiation, so we wanted to firm that up, and so we could actually plan for the long term of having a consistent revenue source identified, and that's why that was changed. And it's 55% of actual. So whatever the actual sales tax returns are for that source, the library would be receiving 55%.
Okay, thank you. So as I see this projection of our budgets for 2021, 2022, right? Am I right in the year? Yeah. Okay. We're projecting an increase in PALS money of $267 and $642, if my math is correct. So it would seem to me that, and it's just a gut feeling for myself, and the only money that we really have available to us as commissioners to assign here to other functions within the county is our general fund. I think you've educated me enough on that to understand that we can't touch those other 22, so to speak, budgets or accounts in the special funds. But so it just seems to me that with an increase in PALS money, every time we increase PALS money by $1, that would give us as commissioners the opportunity to redirect perhaps general funds and keep the funding level on the library. And so that's kind of my inclination right now, is I see this as funds that and I have to look at it as a need versus a want. Many of our departments have come forward with supplementals that are definite needs versus desires. And so my inclination is, as the PALS money is projected to go up by, and if we're going to talk about tentative budgets and making adjustments to that, that's why I'm bringing this up now, is that, pending what we hear from public comment and additional comments from my fellow commissioners, that if we're going to experience a $267,642 increase in PALS money, that we should be reducing our our general fund funding to the library in an equal amount. So that's my inclination right now. But I want to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say, and I would like to listen to public comment as well.
Terry Willoughby for the record, that's correct. The first line of funding, it would be the PALS sales tax. The second tier is general fund transfer. How the general fund transfers work, and we have started this process with this fiscal year, is we will look at actual activity at the end of the fiscal year. If there's a surplus, then we come back to the board for a decision on that surplus. That surplus would go back either to the general fund or it would be redirected for funding. For fiscal year 2021, the reason that it looks like there's such a big increase in PALS is when I was doing the revenue projections, it was this time last year, and of course we were in the middle of a pandemic, we thought the world would end and no one would be spending or buying anything. So of course our sales tax revenues would be reduced. As it turns out, as I reported earlier to the board, sales tax revenues, consolidated tax, and the PALS sales tax have performed better than expected for the current fiscal year. So we will be going through that process for the current fiscal year and analyzing the need for the full general fund transfer. And we'll be doing that again next fiscal year. I hope that makes sense.
Any further comments from? Oh, okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to point out that the amount from PALS for the current year, to look at the history on page B.C, in fiscal year 1920, it was approximately 1.1 million. In 2021, 0.9 million. And tentative 21-22, 1.2. So you can see as Ms. Willoughby was talking about, was down a lot last year, so that I'm not sure we should be looking at an increase from the year we're just finishing, but looking at the long-term averages, or looking at the year before, which service-wise and activity-wise should be more similar to the coming year.
Chair, if I may.
Ms. Willoughby?
And one option, Terry Willoughby for the record, one option the board would have would be also to request a report back on the performance of the library fund and the PAL sales tax during the fiscal year, because it's a fairly conservative projection, and if it's performing better than expected so we could do that mid-year next year.
Ms. Willoughby, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Ms. Willoughby, if we were to reduce the budget, as I'm indicating, the general fund allocation by the $267,000, would there not be an opportunity for the Library Board of Trustees, as they progress through their fiscal year 2021-22, and discover perhaps a shortfall in something, could they not come back before this board and ask for an augmentation from the general fund?
Terry Willoughby for the record, we have to have a balanced budget per Nevada revised statutes. So if the general fund transfer was to be reduced, we would have to look at continuing to hold some of those vacant positions that were, continue to not fund those, or ask the director to come back with a plan to balance with the reduced transfer amount.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, Ms. Dodson.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner, I'd just like to say that the reduction that we had last year because of COVID was roughly $200,000 from the general fund, and that really decimated our budget. The budget that we're proposing tentatively for this year is, as I would describe it, bare bones. It does not allow for extras. It does not allow us to add any services. So, for example, if you wanted to increase service to the TRE area, which I would love to do, we would need more funds than what we're asking for, not less. So in order for us to continue to grow with the community, we need this base budget to function.
Any further comments? Is Zoom still live? Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tarkanian? Any? Would anyone care to make a motion? Is there any further public comment from the audience or from Zoom?
Natalie Wood, for the record, we do not have any participants through Zoom from the public.
See no further questions or comments. Would somebody care to make a motion? Commissioner Rice, go ahead.
We approve the fiscal year 21-22 tentative budget and supplemental budget items that have been presented so far.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Do you have an agenda in there? It's on page 3, item B.
So, I'm sorry, I had trouble understanding the wording of his motion. I understand what item we're on the agenda. It was a garbled transmission.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad.
I'd like to give that a shot. Okay. The motion was to approve the fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget, supplemental, and CIP requests for the Douglas County Library.
Have a motion on the floor, or do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I'll second that, but I have some amendments to make to that motion. I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Rice, a second from Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chair, you said I had amendments to that motion, please.
You're saying it in the wrong place. Once we approve this, then you can jump in and say, I have an amendment. You'll ask for further discussion.
Then I will withdraw my second if I can't make any amendments to the motion to approve that. Thank you.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. It's within the chair's discretion how to conduct the meeting. We do try to follow Robert's rules, but after there's a second, there's usually a discussion on the motion that's been submitted. And I think Commissioner Gardner could request a change or an amendment during the discussion.
But we have a motion. The motion would have to be withdrawn if there's changes. The motion is specific.
Well, there's a motion and a second, and now there's discussion on the motion. And during the discussion, the board, I assume Commissioner Gardner is going to share some thoughts that may merit an amendment. I don't know. But at this point, a discussion will be appropriate on the pending motion.
All right, we'll have a discussion on the pending motion, and the second will be withdrawn until that discussion has been culminated. Commissioner Gardner?
I will second the motion, but I have discussion and I have amendments to make to the main motion. The main motion, as I understood it, was, and I don't have it in front of me, is to approve the tentative budget of the library along with the CIP and along with the supplementals. Is that the correct motion? So if that's the motion, then I have amendments to that motion. And so I would offer the following amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosad.
Are you seconding the motion so that we can have a discussion on the motion?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now you've seconded it. Chairman, take over.
Well, we're going to have to back up a punt here. The motion is based on item B, and the second is going to be based on amendments to the motion. So we should start all over again.
Yes. I think we're at the right. Commissioner, Mr. ADA, would you confirm what we're supposed to be doing? I believe it's been moved, seconded, discussion.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Vice Chairman Noah, that's correct. We have a valid motion with a second, and now it's open for discussion. And I assume, based on what's been said, that Commissioner Gardner has some comments he would like to make, which may lead to an amendment. So we're at a discussion point right now, Chairman, on the pending motion.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. While I'm prepared to approve the tentative budget, I would like to move that the tentative budget be reduced by the increase in the PALS money of $267,642. And I would also like to amend that motion to remove the supplemental budget items and the capital improvement items out of that motion, because we're going to be discussing those at a later date during the approval of the entire budget, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be my amendment to approve the tentative budget with the reduction of $267,642 from the capital or from the general fund, and to remove the supplemental budget items and the capital improvement items from this motion. That would be my amendment. Thank you.
Can we carry that motion without redoing the motion, the initial motion?
The original motion to approve the fiscal year 21-22 tentative budget period.
$21-22.
I know that I am at this point unwilling to reduce the budget, because as it is, in my opinion, the bare bones, and we will cut into their ability to service the South County should we remove those funds. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Noah Sad.
Commissioner Rice, so you're as part of the discussion, you would like to see us amend, or correction, approve only the budget portion of this, i.e. not to include supplemental and CIP requests. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe those will be discussed later.
Okay. So the original motion included those, and it was seconded. Now would be time for you, that would be, if I understand you correctly. Commissioner Rice, you wish to make a motion to amend the original motion?
I move that the original motion be amended to approve fiscal year 21-22 budget period.
Okay, we got a motion.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the fiscal year 2020 to approve the fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget, period. And we have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0.
No, sir.
You're opposed?
You didn't ask for my vote. Yes, I oppose that motion. Thank you.
Okay, we have, the vote carries with 4 ayes and 1 opposed. Any further discussion? Now we will adjourn as the joint meeting of the Board of County Commissioners and the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees, and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And let's take a 15-minute break.
And we'll meet immediately, as soon as possible, in the library for the regular board meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Ingles. Thank you. Good to see you.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, but thank you again. Thank people invited. So, wow.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, it was interesting.
It was interesting.
Yeah, it's like, but it's, it gives us a sense what's going on too.
You may also reach out to Mr. Gardner and kind of talk to him about your budgets.
Well, yeah, I have. I need to.
Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tarkanian, are you online? Roger, we copy your transmission, Lima Charlie. Commissioner Tarkanian, are you there? Commissioner Tarkanian, do you copy?
See Commissioner Tarkanian on the Zoom call. He might be trying to log back in now.
(2-4) Fire Mission, Commissioner Tarkanian. We used to inform the infantry when you started a fire mission, put your head down and open your mouth, because the concussion's coming. All right.
So what's the weather up like up there, Mr. Rice? It looked pretty cloudy and maybe even poor weather up there.
It's a full 38 degrees. Almost shirt sleeve weather.
Well, not knowing what has happened to Commissioner Tarkanian, we have 4 commissioners available, so we'll commence and hopefully he'll log in. This is for presentation only. Presentation will be given by the Douglas Sheriff's Office and the Information Technology Department to highlight their programs, accomplishments for fiscal 2020-2021, along with sharing their goals and budget priorities for the upcoming year. Patrick Cates, you have the floor.
Actually, sorry about that. I don't know why my name was put on that. I think we just turned it over to the sheriff. Sorry.
This is Vicki from the clerk's office. I would just like to note for the record that Commissioner Tarkanian is back on the Zoom call.
Sheriff Coverly, would you care to chime in on this discussion for the presentation? Thank you.
All right. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you. I enjoy this opportunity to kind of share what my office is doing and some of the accomplishments we've had in the last year, and then what our goals are for the coming year. So I appreciate your time and hope that this is informative. So this slide just represents our chain of command and span of control. We have 4 divisions within the Sheriff's Office. Investigations, Captain Britton; Patrol, Captain Halsey; Administration, which is Captain Mitchitarian. His office is at the lake. And then our jail commander is Captain Joe Duffy. And then as you can see, the various units that those division commanders are in charge of in addition to running their division. And some of the collateral units that we have that people are interested in and that you probably are probably aware of, and maybe not all of them, are listed there. Some of the more significant ones are SWAT and our C&T teams. They require a high level of training. They each train twice a month in all different facets of their responsibility. It's a very high liability, important unit, and we strive to give them everything that they need and the best training that they have. And then our Good Neighbors program, our MOST team, those are kind of community outreach units that go out into the community. The Good Neighbors program is targeting elderly people that are living alone and maybe need some help. We want to make sure that they are not being exploited or taken advantage of. Our MOST team is our a unit that reaches out to people with mental health issues within the community, specifically those that have been through our court system. And our goal there is to help them to avoid being charged with a crime and getting in trouble. Our Marine unit is very successful. They do a great job. They're on Tahoe and Topaz. We have 2 boats. The Tahoe unit is full-time from Memorial Weekend to Labor Day, and they're on there 4 days a week, and they're subject to call out, and they are very busy. Every agency in the Tahoe Basin has a Marine unit. We are one, and our Marine unit designation for the Lake Tahoe is Marine 7. We have a very vigorous canine unit. We have 8 dogs. We got so many I can't even keep them straight. They are a very good addition to the department. They primarily assist us in narcotics investigations, sniffing for drugs, both in vehicles and residents. We use them in the jail a lot to make sure that we're not having drugs smuggled in or used within our jail facilities. And then you've got the range staff, our coroner's unit. Every deputy is a coroner in the sheriff's office. We have about 16 that are specialized in harder cases, unexpected deaths, unattended deaths, homicides, those types of things. But every deputy is a coroner. And then we have various training units. We have a drone unit, which is very successful. We're kind of the model for Northern Nevada. We've had several other agencies reach out to us to provide them with insight on how to start their own drone unit. So that's been very successful. And then we have several volunteer units. Citizens Patrol, that's just a group of citizens that help us with parking problems, handicap parking issues. They tow vehicles for us that have been abandoned or on the side of the road, and we just need to get them out of there. They also help us with our various parades and things like that. Search and rescue is a huge asset to the sheriff's office and to the community. That's an all-volunteer unit. Every sheriff in the state is required by law to have a search and rescue capability. We do that through our search and rescue volunteer unit. There's about 60 members. They range from young studs that can hike and go anywhere to older guys that sit back and at the command post and do that. So there's a place for everyone and anyone, regardless of your physical abilities or your youth, and they do a great job. We couldn't do it without them. I can't stress that enough. What's that? We go. So I got some statistics for you. That's just a picture from Carson Valley Days Parade. So every year, we just so you kind of know our activity level. So in the last calendar year, so this would be 2020, we responded to a little over 37,000 calls for service. Of those calls for service, we arrested about 1,500 individuals, and then the following is broken down to felonies, gross misdemeanors, and then citations. And we had one officer-involved shooting, Sergeant Lenz, in 2020. To kind of break things down a little further, we had 3 homicides in 2020. The first one was a home invasion. The homeowner defended himself and killed the intruder, and that was ruled justifiable by the DA's office. The second one was 2 transients up by Home Depot, and the suspect murdered the victim, Melissa Riley, in a tent. They were kind of camping there in the sagebrush near Home Depot. He's in custody. He was caught that evening, actually. And then the third one is an interesting case that you probably don't have a lot of knowledge of. That was an overdosed of methadone. So methadone is a substance, a prescription that you can get. It's used commonly to help people get off of heroin addiction and opioid addiction. The suspect, Brittany Miller, sold her methadone that she obtained at a clinic and to an individual, Jason Caspian, who overdosed. So she is charged with homicide based under the law. There's a law that says if you provide or introduce a controlled substance that results in somebody's death, you can be charged with homicide. So that case is currently in the DA's office right now. Our investigations unit had 165 total arrests for 2020. Those are almost all felonies, and they carried a caseload of about 500 total cases for the year. Within our investigations division, we have 2 units. We have general investigations that do all types of crimes from homicide to fraud, and then we have a set team that just concentrate on primarily narcotics and then some what we would call vice crimes, prostitution, human trafficking, those types of things. In 2020, they had 43 drug investigations, and then you can see the breakdown of the top 4 drugs purchased in Douglas County. Methamphetamine by far leads the group. Heroin which is very, very scary to me. Heroin is a nasty drug, and once it gets into the community, it is really hard to get out. And we work very hard to keep our heroin problem at the absolute minimum that we can. But that has increased, especially within my career here at the Sheriff's Office. LSD, you don't see a lot, but every now and then we'll get into that. And then fentanyl, which is kind of in a lot of things. But specifically, there's some counterfeit pills that are counterfeit. They look like Percocet. They're called M30s. 2 teenagers at Demonte Ranch High School overdosed on those. And that's what we're talking when we say fentanyl, these counterfeit Percocet pills. And they have fentanyl in them, and you get the wrong dose, and you're dead. And then the bottom it kind of mirrors the drugs that are seized. Marijuana, we still seize a lot of marijuana, even though it's legal. It's only legal under certain circumstances, and obviously if you're under 21, it's absolutely not legal. So the black market need, or maybe need is not the right word, but the black market issue with marijuana is still fairly high, and we seize a significant amount of that. What's not on there that we get at the lake almost exclusively in the casinos and clubs is cocaine. So we do see cocaine at the lake almost exclusively. You don't see much cocaine down here in the valley, but at the lake we do. This spreadsheet, I'm not going to go over it line by line, but this shows from 2008 to 2020 the difference year to year in our calls for service, our arrests, citations, etc. As you go to the right of the chart, it gets into our bookings and releases and then average daily population. So you can see over the years, everything kind of fluctuates here and there. 2020, due to the pandemic, is probably why we're a little lower in arrests and that type of thing, and maybe calls for service a little bit. But it just kind of fluctuates, and there's really no rhyme or reason. I don't think if we were to see a significant increase or decrease one way or the other by tens of thousands, then that would really make me question. But the changes over the years aren't significant. In my opinion, I think we just kind of steady on and things kind of stay the same. Even though the population is increasing a little bit in Douglas County, the majority of people moving in are retired, and they're really not a big crime problem with them. They're just good folks, and they're here because they enjoy the valley or the county just like we do. The jail division. Our jail, when I first started in the sheriff's office, we averaged well over 100 inmates. The total capacity for our 2 jail facilities, which is at the state line and here in the valley, is about 120, and we routinely ran close to that. A lot of that had to do with the courts and their view on bail and release and stuff. That has changed significantly in the last couple of years. There's been some legislation last year, and then again this year we'll see some additional changes on, they do an assessment based on your ability to, what risk you pose to the community, and do you have the ability to post bail? And based on the answers to these questions, most of our arrestees are released shortly after they're booked in, based on the new bail standards. And so that's why we, in the last 2 years, we've had a lower population in the jail. We still have a lot of bookings and we have a lot of release, but we just don't have a lot of inmates spending a lot of time. As you see, the average time in the facility is 2 days and 7 hours. And a lot of people don't spend that at all, depending on when you're arrested. If you're arrested during the middle of the week, you get out quicker. If you're arrested on a Friday, then sometimes you're stuck with us till Monday. But even that's going to change. So it's just people, that's been a shift in the court system, and the idea is to get them out of jail. The inmate cost has increased a little bit, but that's just due to the cost of living, I guess. And so it's the daily inmate cost, that's all 3 meals, all their service and supplies and stuff. It's about $27, $28 to house an inmate for a day. So special events. Every community, I think, has special events. It seems like Douglas County has a lot. But I don't really have anything to compare that to. New Year's is not the celebration that it used to be. When I first started, we would have thousands and thousands of people come to the lake. It just isn't, the draw isn't there anymore, although it is a busy holiday for us. Carson Valley Days is just about like it's always been, really neither here nor there. The 4th of July is massive. That is a huge issue for us. It is all hands on deck. The lake swells to almost over capacity. If you've ever driven at the lake on the 4th of July, Mr. Rice can attest to this. There's no place to park. It's bumper to bumper. It's just insane. And we get a ton of people from out of the area. Most of them are up there and have a great time and mind their manners, but some of them don't. And so it's a huge issue for us. Candy dance is always pretty tame. It's a craft fair. How bad can it get, right? But it does attract a lot of people. It's very popular. And that biggest problem with candy dance is the traffic and the detour and stuff, because you basically shut the roads through Genoa down. The golf tournament at the lake is fairly easy. It's contained to the golf course there, but it brings in a lot of people. It's close behind the 4th of July, so you have some bleed over from event to event, but I think it's a good event for the community and very popular, and it's always very successful. And then Harvey's has a concert series every summer that is very popular. We staff that, but there's really not a lot of problems associated with that, but it is, it is a drain on resources, and we're there for every one of those. COVID obviously canceled the ones that have marked, but this summer we anticipate everything to be up and full, and I think the 4th of July this year is going to be huge, so we'll just kind of wait and see. So some of the things we want to do here in this next fiscal year, we're going to develop a dive team. That's going to start here this next month. That will work in conjunction with our boat. Anytime we need any kind of diving services, we have to reach outside of Douglas County to El Dorado or Washoe County, who both have dive teams. And so I thought I want to have my own. So that's really what it is. And we've got the guys that can do it, and we've got an individual, Steve Schultz, he's one of my investigator, who's a master dive instructor, and so he has the knowledge and the training to kind of put this together, and I have no doubt that it'll be a great unit. The other thing we'd like to do is we need to remodel my records division. We just don't have any room there. My records division is very busy. I know that we've been working with Scott McCullough and Glenn Radke there with facilities, and I know there's some plans to possibly remodel and move some of the courts and things like that. So we're working with them to come up with the best solution that will work for everyone on the long term. So we're not wasting any money, obviously. But that is something I feel very strongly about, and we need to do that. My records division just need to remodel and make better use of the space we have. The other CIP project that is on board is to upgrade and improve our security camera system within the jail. We have several dead spots within the jail, both in between the cell blocks and in the cell blocks. It's kind of an officer safety issue. The system that we have now it's been there for a long time. It just needs to be updated, and this will help us to manage the inmates and to see what they're doing at all times, keep them safe, keep our officers safe. So it's a good project. It's something that we've needed to do for a while. The other thing that we're improving is our peer counseling and employee mental health awareness. Being a law enforcement officer is difficult. And then you add on some of the bad things and bad experiences that we deal with, and I want to provide my officers with all the help that they need so that they can be successful on a long term, and and are good family people, moms and dads, and that kind of thing. So that's something that we're working to improve. The other thing that we did is, because of the special events that we deal with and the scheduling of overtime to fill those events, we've contracted with a company called Extra Duty Solutions. They manage the event scheduling and the fee collection from the vendor. And so that's one less thing that we have to do. So we've started that. This will be the first year, and I'm excited about that. That's one kind of less thing that we have to do, and I think it'll be easier for the officers to sign up. It will be easier to collect the money. Not that that's been a big deal, but to collect the money from the vendor and then do that. So just more efficient and easier for us. The other thing that we're always looking at, especially in this day and age, is providing more less lethal options to our deputies. We always want to have that less lethal option in any kind of confrontation that we have, and so that we have the best tools and the most options for officers to use to make sure that we're safe and the public that we're dealing with is safe. The other thing that we are constantly wanting to improve and to get better at is how we deal with mental health and those types of calls for service. Those types of calls for service aren't lessening, they are increasing, and we need to have the tools to be able to deal with that in an appropriate manner. Traffic is the #1 complaint that my office receives. And if anybody's tried to turn left in town, you understand why. There's lots of cars. Summertime, it increases, but it's always busy. And so we're always looking at ways to increase our traffic enforcement and to ease that issue. But not, we're not the highway patrol, and I don't want my guys to be the highway patrol, but we do have a responsibility to make the roads as safe as we can. The last thing that we've done this year, or the next thing, is license plate readers. We had a significant donation by some individuals at the lake to install LPRs. The city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County have license plate readers in their jurisdictions, and so this adds on to their ability. And a lot of this was driven by the J.C. Lee Dugard case from years ago when the young girl was kidnapped in the south shore of Lake Tahoe, and then years later they found her down in Sacramento area. And so what we want to be able to do is see who the people that we, if we have a suspect or target or something that we have in the Tahoe Basin, to be able to see where they've gone and where they are within the basin to prevent that type of thing. And so we've got that going. It's up and running, and we've had several arrests for stolen vehicles and those types of things. So it's working good. It's a great asset, and it just makes us more effective. Live 911, we're just getting that started. What that is, and it is really neat. What it is the deputies, through their in-car computers, can listen to the 911 call as it is happening. And so for critical calls, those hot calls where it's in progress, they don't have to wait for the dispatcher. So when you call 911, you talk to a 911 operator. She types in your information. Then it goes to the law branch dispatcher who is talking to the deputies. Then that person sends it to the deputies. This alleviates that. They still do this, but the deputy can hear the 911 call as it's happening, listen to the information. There's a mapping aspect to this, so it shows them where the caller is and gives them directions on where to go and where in the county they are, and they are able to, it's going to give us more information and make us more effective. We just got it going, and the about half a dozen guys that have it on their computers love it. And it's going to make us more effective, it's going to make the community safer, and it's a neat software program that we have. We changed our liquor license program and how we receive money and bill. Acela, that's was earlier in 2020. That's working great right now. BolaWrap, and that goes back to our less lethal. So if you're familiar with gauchos in Argentina, and they would throw the bolo to catch, the livestock and stuff, this is the same principle. It's about the size of your cell phone, and it shoots the cord out. It's a Kevlar cord with basically a grapple hook on the end, and it shoots out and wraps around, and it works. It's amazing. And so we purchased several of those and have several deputies are certified for that, and our goal is to get everyone certified and have enough units to where there's several on every shift. And so it's just another less lethal option that allows us to confine and take somebody into custody without anybody getting hurt. AB 478 is a bill that directed the Commission on Post, which is Police Officer Standards and Training, to include a requirement that all categories of Nevada peace officers must complete a minimum of 12 hours of annual training in the following subjects. And so these are all, this was came out of last year's legislature, so all of my deputies now have to have training in those 8 categories. We always did firearms, we always did de-escalation and defensive tactics, but they added racial profiling, mental health, people with mental illness, officer well-being, implicit bias recognition, and then human trafficking. And so how we've accomplished this is we have a program called Police One that we subscribe to. They provide the training. The officers log on, watch the training, and depending on what it is, there's different time limits, and then there's tests and quizzes throughout the training, and then at the end, once they've shown proficiency that they pass the test, then they get a certificate, and that counts. So that's how we're dealing with that. But there was a cost for the program, and like anything, nothing's for free. in addition to that, so that's not all we do. We try to provide as much training as we can to as many deputies as we can. So on average, the state mandates 12 hours of training on average. We do 35 hours of additional training above the state mandated 12. So as you see, it's broken down by division and patrol. The average guy has about 61 hours. The jail, about 44, investigations 55, and then admin 27. So our guys that are out in constant contact with the public and in the community have the most training of anyone in the agency. And that's by design. That's how we want it. But we are not going to do just the minimum. We're going to do as much as we can and get the deputies as much training to make them as good as they can be and get to the potential that we need to be at. So some of the supplemental requests we're asking for, we talked about the reconstruction of the records division. And then some of this stuff is by contract. So our bulletproof vests, we provide those, and that's a contractual issue with the deputies. I think it's the right thing to do. I wouldn't work without a vest. So those need to be provided. Body worn cameras, that's a state mandate, and so there's the cost for that, $121,000. And then software licenses for like the Live 911, the police one, those types of things, the LPRs, that's what that is covering. So those, anytime you have a program that runs, a license comes with it, and those are the fees for those. We do as much as we can to communicate with the community on all different types of platform. I restructured how our public information office works. Used to be, it was the admin sergeant did it. I thought that was kind of silly when we have an expert in Miss Blosser that works for the county, and so she does it for me. And she does an awesome job, her and Bailey Gum. They do a great job. There's no way that I could do what she does. And so it's a huge asset to me and the sheriff's office, but I think it's a huge benefit to the community. And that just kind of lists some of the community events we get involved in and then how Melissa communicates out to the community. And so this is not my bailiwick, and I am happy to have her do that. All right. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad?
Yeah, Sheriff Coverly, on page 31 in your spreadsheet, the far right-hand column was titled Total Permits. What kind of permits are we talking about here?
All permits, so CCWs, liquor licenses, anything that you have to come to the sheriff's office and provide a permit.
Okay, secondly, I was on Citizens Patrol for a few years. Good on you for having that run out. When I first got into the area, about 2002, I attended a thing called the Senior Law Enforcement Academy. Is that still in effect?
That is. We did not have one in 2020 due to COVID, but we have one scheduled for September of 2021, and so we will continue those. Yeah, those are a great program, and we love doing them.
And a comment on your dogs. At the Senior Law Enforcement Academy, we had a demonstration, and I tell you what, it gave me goosebumps to watch that dog charge in and grab that arm. That was really impressive. The dive team, is it going to be volunteers or full FTEs?
Full FTEs, so there'll be a collateral duty of deputies that already work in various divisions within the sheriff's office.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions from the board? Commissioner Gardner?
Not really any questions, just observations, Sheriff Coverly. As you know, I'm a huge supporter of your department, and am involved in several of the volunteer activities that go on with your department. Proud member of the Douglas County Sheriff's Mounted Posse, which works hard to represent your department in a very good manner. And then I've also obviously worked with your Explorer Post. They come out and they man the Friends of the NRA dinner each year, and we try to make sure that they get ample compensation for that. So I enjoyed working with Teresa, Deputy Teresa Duffy previously, and now with, and I'm very happy to see Captain Michitarian involving his son now in the Sheriff's Department and with us on that regard as well. So anyways, I have nothing but compliments to say about your department. In addition to that, I did recently have an opportunity to do a ride-along with, it wasn't anticipated or planned, but it just happened. But my wife is now involved with the Good Neighbor program, and during her visit to our house to enroll my wife in that program, Sergeant Smith with another lady from the Good Neighbor program were going to go do an intake. And so I took the opportunity to ride along with that and witness that, and extremely impressed with that program and the professionalism and the certainly the concern and taking people into that program. Just a tremendous program that certainly compliment Sergeant Smith and your foresight to get her involved in that program. Just a tremendous program. I did have a question on this license plate readers. Is that on the vehicles themselves, or how does that function take place?
So there's several fixed locations at Lake Tahoe. So there's license plates readers at 50 and 207, so the bottom of Kingsbury grade. We're getting one put at the top of Spooner Summit, so that'll kind of be the ends of 50 as far as Douglas County goes. There's one at the top of Kingsbury. We have one vehicle that has license plate readers on it that a deputy uses in the shift, and then we have two mobile trailers that we can move anywhere and put them. And so if we have a need or an investigative reason, we can move those trailers just about anywhere and set them up and see what we get that way. So we've got several options, and it seems to be working very well.
Thank you. So I'm following several bills in the state legislature that could have significant impact on your department. I look at the AB 424, which is regarding pretrial release and how that might affect your department, certainly on weekends. Do you anticipate, I don't know if you followed this or not, do you anticipate how much impact that's going to have on your department of having to do that?
I don't know that there's going to be a significant impact. I think that the Department of Alternative Sentencing, which monitors those types of releases, I think their involvement may increase. What I worry about when you start just releasing people just to release them, then there's going to be, and it hasn't happened yet, and I hope that it doesn't happen, but I fear that it will. There's going to be that reoffender that is going to do harm in the community, and it's a sense of, well, we just had this person, and they were in jail, and now they just got released, and now they're back doing whatever it is that they were doing earlier. And I worry about domestic violence cases. I worry about, narcotics involvement and drunk driving and things like that. So I hope that it doesn't happen, but that's my fear with those types of laws. And so I'm not an advocate of just releasing people. I think we have a bail system, and is it perfect? I guess it isn't, but it's what we have, and it's worked for a long time. And I think there's we're not just arresting anybody for no reason. So if we're booking you into the jail, especially for a crime of violence or potential violence, it's because you did, you brought attention to yourself, and we, after looking at the state law and the statutes, felt it appropriate to take you into custody. And so just to release you without any kind of monitoring or that is a mistake in my opinion. But I don't see any fiscal impact to that other than we may be, dealing with the same person over and over and over.
Okay, thank you. Also, Senate Bill 390, a suicide hotline. We're very fortunate in our county that we don't experience a lot of suicide. I think it was 4 or 5 cases last year, as I recall, on a 988 hotline. Is that going to tie in with the 911 system at all, or how have you followed that at all? And
I'm not sure. We have something similar to that now through suicide prevention. There's a number that they can call and get help. So I think the design is that you don't necessarily call 911, but you're calling to be in touch with services, and then if they feel the need that that we need to be involved or something, then they would refer that call to us. So I think there's a bit of a separation, and the point is to provide that person who's in crisis with services and get them the help that they need.
And that leads to the next one, SB 156, crisis intervention centers are going to be required, and I believe that will interface with our Carson Valley Medical Center, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Cates, and tying in with our Sheriff's Department as well on that.
I apologize. Could you repeat the question?
Okay. Senate Bill 156, the crisis intervention systems or centers. I think that was to do with Carson Valley Medical Center and somehow tying in with the Sheriff's Department as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I can answer that. Basically, what that does is that when an officer is tied up with a individual who's having mental problems and things of that nature, rather than taking them to the hospital and the officer is tied up with that individual for 2 or 3 hours, the Crisis Intervention Center will take that load off of the law enforcement side and bring it into the medical side and relieve the officers to get back to work.
Sounds like a good idea to me. So, now, also, you talked about AB 478 requiring, and this was a law that was passed a couple years ago, 2 years ago, requiring a training of the officers, and I compliment you on doing that. Is that primarily online, or is there any in-person training that's taking place, or is this all online?
The annual training requirement is most of it is online. Some of the mental health stuff, the CIT training, that is in person, and we send deputies to those classes. In fact, a couple of my sergeants in the jail teach those classes. So some of them, the majority of them are online. Some of them are in person.
Thank you. And lastly, I just want to, you mentioned the JLEC Center, and as you know, that's one of my hot topics, and so I am pleased that we're looking at CIP's allocations that are going to resolve that 40-year-old problem of, built in 1980 and with 19,000 residents in this county, and now we're approaching 50,000 with really virtually no expansion of that center. So I'm anxious to get started on that and move down the line so that we can address those long-term issues for you and your department. So anyways, I'm excited about that. Thank you.
I've got a quick question. Commissioner Rice, go ahead.
As most of you know, I have a little experience with law enforcement, and I have been involved with numerous agencies through my 57 years. And I have to compliment Douglas County on the professionalism of the Sheriff Department. I've I've worked with public in my capacity. I've worked with probably 24 different agencies. And professionalism of this department is incredible, both the staffing and the supervision. And I can congratulate you, Sheriff, on running one hell of an organization. And thank you for what you do.
Thank you. I do think it's important for you gentlemen to know that we can't do what we do without the community's help and support, and without your help and support. Mr. Cates is awesome, and all his department, human resources, finance, fleet maintenance, facilities. Anytime we need something or want something, they are just super helpful, and I can't express enough how much I appreciate that. So I think we've got the sheriff's office seems to be doing very well, and I'm very proud of the deputies, but I'm very also pleased and proud of the county in general, and we work together, and I think we're on the right, doing the right things for the right reasons. So and the DA's office is awesome. I mean, everything that we need we get. So and we definitely can't do it without everyone's help. So I really appreciate it.
Okay, my turn. Now, you two guys set the standard. Sheriff Coverly, Under Sheriff Elgis, I mean, you're not out there prancing around like a couple of peacocks. You're ready to go out in the trenches and do battle. I mean, Elgis is all geared up right now if something came down, and that's a comfort to us in here if something happened. So in that regard, everybody's watching what you do, and you guys are okay. You're right there with the troops. One of the things you mentioned is that all your deputies are coroners. On a DB call, does that give them the ability to pronounce?
It does. In fact, we're the only ones in the county that can pronounce death, which would go on any kind of death certificate or official document.
Yeah, that's a little bit different than LA. It used to have to be the paramedics that would pronounce, and the cops would take a DB report. So just out of curiosity. Thank you. And good presentation. I think that it's really helpful for everybody to understand just the magnitude of all of the things that your department is dealing with all the time. So most commendable, and everybody appreciates what you're doing. And you've got the support of the community, and we're going to fund the police. So, all right, you guys, thank you.
Thank you.
Ron, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Looking at the time, how long is your presentation?
Not as long as the sheriff's.
Would you like to go to lunch first, or?
I don't mind giving you the presentation. It's at your discretion, Chair. I'll go either way you want to go. But it's not nearly as long.
Okay, well, looking at the time, we can take a break for lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock. So is that agreeable to everybody? Because the tough portion of the meeting is coming up after lunch. So if I see no opposition, we'll go ahead and we'll break for lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll commence with IT. Thank you. We're adjourned. And we'll reconvene.
Can we test the audio with Zoom participants? Nikki, can you hear us okay?
You may.
Yes, Natalie, I can hear you. Thank you for testing.
Thank you, Nikki.
Do we have our commissioners on board?
Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Tarkanian. Okay, there's one. Commissioner Tarkanian, are you there?
Chairman, I just talked to
Like
Tarkanian, and he's trying to call in right now. He's driving through some mountains and didn't think he had the service, so I might have him on right now. Danny, is that you logged in, calling in? Okay, he said he's on the call, but he can't talk right now.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start the meeting. We have 4 commissioners in attendance and 1 commissioner trying to get into the meeting. Mr. Johnson, do you want to go ahead and give your presentation? And it's for presentation only, Mr. Case? Okay, you have the floor, Mr. Johnson.
Daniel Johnson, Chief Technology Officer for the record. I want to start out, thank you for allowing me to present for my budget here. I came on board with the county in November, so kind of a short time so far, just about 5 months. And it's been a whirlwind, but so far so good. I think everything's going great. I have a fantastic staff, and so far everybody I've worked with in the other departments, it's just been fantastic. So I just wanted to start by saying that. I'm here to present for technology services. A little bit about us. We are the department that is kind of the behind the scenes department. Pretty much none of the other departments in the county can run without technology, and we're the ones that make that happen for them. When technology is running well, oftentimes we're forgotten because everything's good, but when it's bad or things are broken, that's when we get a lot of calls and complaints. So we usually don't hear the good, but we definitely hear the bad. We're used to that. It's part and parcel to our industry and our thing, and we're okay with that because our ultimate goal is just to keep everything running efficiently for the county departments so that they can do their job for the citizens of Douglas County. We are a general fund department. Within our, we have 3 different fund numbers within technology services. We have the 152 GIS, 190 telecommunications, 192 infrastructure and operations, all within the general fund. Our GIS guys, often referred to as the map guys, but it goes a lot deeper than that. They're the ones who create all the geospatial data, customized applications, all of the mapping that you see. They work heavily with community development. They work heavily with the assessors and work heavily with 911 emergency services as well as the sheriff's office to provide mapping services for the various software products that they that they do. They were very involved in the master plan, and I know one of the projects coming up for them as soon as we know all the details is the redistricting that'll happen with the census stuff. And that'll be a big project for them. We have our telecommunications division. Those are our radio guys and our telephone guys. They handle the voice over IP phone system with the county, and they also handle the radio system, the emergency communication systems. We actually have 3 radio systems, one for the sheriffs, one for East Fork Fire, and one for Tahoe Douglas Fire. It's actually 3 kind of separate systems that all interact together through 911 dispatch. And then we, excuse me, and then we have our infrastructure and operations team. These are the guys who maintain the county network, keep everything connected between the various buildings, keep our servers running, keep our applications running, all the different things that, the different departments use for applications and services. And we also have the help desk function under there. So when something breaks on one of your devices and you give our help desk a call, that's under our infrastructure operations group and our service desk folks. I wanted to highlight a few of the major accomplishments that we've done this last year. Some of the stuff, this last year, I've been here just 5 months of it, but from my understanding, it's really been a focus on some of the long-time audit findings that have been brought up throughout the years, and some of the things that needed to happen but just hadn't been. And so there's been a focus on that. So we have some different security enhancements that we've done. We've implemented a security operations center with specialized software that audits and monitors all the traffic on the network, as well, both internally and externally, and can alert us to potential breaches or anomalies, so that we don't have to just dig through logs and hope nothing happens. This is more proactive so that we can address issues as they come up. We've put in some processes for regular server and desktop patching to keep them up to date for security and software levels. Hadn't really been, it's always been done in the past in an ad hoc basis. But now we have a regular schedule to do that, to ensure that all of our patches or our servers are up to date on their software patches and security levels. Sometimes we do emergency services outages, and you'll sometimes see those alerts come through. Usually those are for patches that come down. Say Microsoft releases a 0-day patch and they recommend you apply it immediately and not on a regular basis. We will put out an emergency notification, and we'll go ahead and get those applied right away. And then a comprehensive desktop audit of all of our units, all the devices that we have in the county was conducted. There wasn't really one on hand. We kind of had an inventory system, but we weren't sure how accurate it was. So they really went through and knocked that out. We know exactly every device that we have in this network, both from the PC standpoint, switch standpoint, server standpoint, and everything else. And we know where it's at. So that was a big undertaking and effort, and we have that documented now. We have that within systems. In kind of correlation with that, we had massive computer deployment effort, both new and old, and I'll touch on it here in a minute with the COVID impacts, but we had to deploy a whole lot of computers in a short amount of time in order to help the county stay capable of continuing operations as the initial shutdown happened for COVID, and allow our users to work remotely and make that happen. Some of our major projects, they're in progress, and some just got approved, and we're starting to move forward on them. And we have a lot. I mean, we have a list right now of about 47, 48 projects. A lot of them are pretty boring to talk about, so I picked to kind of highlight the top 3 here. We have a project for our radio system, which just got approved at the last regular board meeting. And this is to provide a comprehensive assessment from a third-party vendor to look at our radio system. They're experts in this field. And what it'll do is it'll assess the locations of all of our towers, voters, repeaters, those things, as well as coverage areas and all that. So we can see where we have areas that might be spotty on coverage or have no coverage. And then they'll come through with recommendations if we have to either just add equipment that have a broader range, or if we have to, or if they recommend some new locations in order to get a better comprehensive coverage for the entire county for our radio systems. We have a data center relocation coming up. Actually, it's started and in the works. We're going to relocate the data center. Right now, it's in the basement of a building in a flood zone, and so that's been an audit finding for many, many, many years. And so we have found a location where it's going to be on the 2nd floor of a building, and so not going to be prone to flooding, and we're working on the process to move our data center into that location so we can address that and make sure that it's no longer on audit findings. Internally, we're doing a complete licensing audit and review. We're going through all the software and hardware that we have within the county. We've been doing this for a little while, and we're continuing to do so to make sure that we're not over or under licensed. So we don't want to be paying for licenses we're not using, And likewise, we got to make sure that we're properly licensed for the stuff we are using. Part of that licensing audit we just completed with our VMware environment, which was our virtualization software. And we found that we were under licensed on that a little bit, so we're remedying that and purchasing the proper licensing to make sure that we're in compliance there. With the COVID-19, which kind of started in the previous fiscal year but ended into this, I just want to put a shout out to my staff. They spent a lot of hours, deploying machines that were basically retired assets at the county, and we were refurbishing them and putting them out there so that as employees had to begin working from home, they had the capabilities to do so. They put in a lot of networking side enhancements to allow that remote connection. And then that's been ongoing as we've been doing a lot of the remote stuff. We did get a large purchase of computers with some of the CARES Act funding, and they're in the process now of deploying those out. We did a lot of laptops and all-in-ones, things that make us a more mobile workforce. Hopefully we're kind of coming to the end of this pandemic, but being a more mobile workforce gets us ready for the next issue that may happen, whether it's a disaster, another pandemic, any kind of thing like that, and give us that mobility. But I want to give a shout out to those guys for really stepping up and taking care of that and keeping the county working. We do have some supplemental requests, obviously, coming in this next fiscal year. My number one, and I know it's not Patrick's number one, but it's real high on his list, but he's got to look overall. I just have to look at tech services, is the Microsoft 365. That is an implementation that'll take us from our on-site Exchange server, put us into the cloud, but it's not just Exchange, and it's not just Office 365, which is what a lot of people think when we talk about this. This is the full product suite. So it covers our Windows licensing, it covers our Office product licensing, but it also covers security enhancement and mobility with the product that the proposal we're putting forward. There is a cost involved with it, as you saw in the supplementals when they were initially presented. But the amount of added functionality and things that we have is just would be a great instrumental, efficiency factor for all of Douglas County and the departments. We could collaborate like we've never been able to collaborate before by going to this product. I will say I have personal experience moving to the product. When I was in Elko County prior to being here, we did move from on-site Exchange to the Office 365 product there. We just went with the Office package there. We did not go with the full suite. We are recommending the full suite here. The PC and server replacements are kind of hand in hand, just one on the PC side, one on the server side. I'd like to get us onto a regular replacement cycle. Right now, and as it kind of has been in the past, it's kind of been an ad hoc as needed. We have a server fail, we need to buy a new server. Now we have to find funding and buy a new server. My apologies for that, I forgot to silence that. And same with the PC replacements. We did just do a large purchase for PCs, so most of our PCs are new. I still want to start funding a 5-year replacement cycle, because if we start funding it this next year, by the time we get through with a 5-year replacement, our PCs will be 6 years old. If we delay it a year, then they'll be 7 years old by the time they get replaced, and so on and so forth. So to be on a regular replacement cycle is something that's kind of near and dear to my heart, to make sure that we're up to date on technology. I think all of you know how fast technology moves and how quickly some of these programs happen and how quickly things become out of date with technology. So we want to get on that. 5-year is a Gartner best practice. 3 to 5 years what theirs is, so I'm asking for 5. I've got in there as a business systems analyst. Right now within my organization, I have nobody that specializes with software. It's all with the hardware, the servers, the system administration, that sort of thing, but not the actual software packages that we have. So it's kind of a, whoever steps up and can do the job, whether that be within the various departments or, some of my guys doing extracurricular duties. in addition, in order to help support the software. And so business systems analysts focusing on the software products that we have and being able to provide the support to the departments for those various software products would be very helpful. And then I do have a supplemental in for radio technician training. There wasn't a lot of money spent in 20 for the base budget for training, and so the training requirements that they have in order to maintain the radios, stay up to date on the technology that we have in place, I anticipate taking more, so I want to put it in as a supplemental to make sure I get enough of the funding to be able to train my guys. I did have one new radio technician just start a couple weeks ago, and so he's going to have to get more of the training going into this next year so we can help support those systems. This is kind of a org chart of the department. We have our infrastructure operations, our GIS and RF folks there. There's a total of 16 of us in the tech services department. We do provide service for all county departments with the exception of a few. As you heard this morning, library has their own technology services. The courts and DAs have their own technology services as well, but we provide for the rest of the county departments. We also provide the technology services for the towns of Minden, Gardnerville, and Genoa, as well as the East Fork Fire District. And we have a contract with them to provide them their tech services, and they're on our network. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Tarkanian or Rice, do you have any questions?
Not an expert.
I've got a question. I know it really doesn't relate to the county system. What do you think of Linux?
Linux is a good operating system depending on what you're running off it. I mean, it's essentially free. So it's a freeware type operating system. If you look at like Red Hat Linux, you could buy it, but what you're doing is buying support. They would give you the operating system for free. I have a little bit of experience with it, just because certain products that I've done throughout my professional career is ridden on a Linux server, but not a lot of experience with it. I don't have anything bad to say about it, but I couldn't necessarily give you anything good to say either. I just don't have enough.
Yeah, that's true. It's not as easy as setting up Microsoft on your home computer. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. President.
You've only been with us for 5 months, and you got a big chunk of bone in your mouth there trying to get everything done. What's your background?
I've been in the public sector for about 20 years. I worked 16 years with the city of Reno, starting out as a senior network analyst with them. I was in private sector for a couple of years prior to that, doing more tech support, things like that. I worked on their Tiburon public safety system, was my first system that I ended up working on with the city of Reno. Worked my way up. When I left Reno to take the IT director job at Elko County, I was their services, basically the help desk and services manager with the city of Reno. During my time with the city of Reno, we were actually part of the technology and emergency communications. So we had a period of time where our 911 director left, so I stepped in and was actually in charge of the 911 there for a short amount of time, interim. So I have some experience, outside of just the technology realm, but public sector, the predominant of my career. I was with Elko County for the 3 years prior to coming here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. Dan, thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. You talked about relocating the data center. I know we have another building that has to do with the computer systems on the corner of Esmeralda and 8th Street, across the street from the. Is that a communication center? Is that what is that our service desk? What is that facility?
Our service desk and the predominance of our IT is in the historic courthouse. Across the street is the 911 Emergency Communications Center. Yeah, and we have some equipment there, especially the radio stuff. But then that's where our GIS and our radio techs, and that's where my office is as well.
In that building?
Yes.
Okay. Microsoft 365, how long would that take to integrate? I know we're running some of our programs on that already, are we not? I mean, I know Microsoft Outlook and, no?
No.
Okay.
No, the Microsoft 365 is their cloud-based product. Our Outlook and stuff we're running as an on-premise, so we have the server in our data center. When we go to the Microsoft 365, we'll still have a server, but it'll be kind of a hybrid environment. So we'll have something where if we lose internet connectivity, there's still connections within the county, but it connects out to the Microsoft 365 platform. So right now, we don't have any services in there, but we would migrate those up. The Office product services, so like your Word, Excel, and then the Outlook and the email functionality, that can be done fairly quickly. But then rolling out what our full plan is with the security enhancements and putting the best practices for data archiving and e-discovery and those kind of things in place would take a longer rollout. But we would be able to move up to the platform fairly quickly and start getting at least what the end users see pretty quick.
Okay. I had one additional question. In the Microsoft 365 platform, I believe there is a product called Teams versus, and I know that we're paying for the Zoom service, are we not now? So when we approve this portion of should we approve this supplemental, then we will be able to drop off the Zoom platform, is that correct, and go to the Microsoft product called Teams?
That's correct. Teams has the functionality that could replace Zoom. Obviously, we would do it in a calculated manner so that we have the proper training and stuff. And Teams would be implemented quickly, just like with the rest of the Office products. And then it's a matter of getting our processes down to be able to switch over to that, and then we could stop paying for Zoom. Some of the other products that Microsoft pays for or would cover that we pay for now, we have an enterprise account with Box.com for file sharing, which we're just rolling out now. We knew when we went to it that it's an interim. The Microsoft platform with their OneDrive and that will end up taking over for that. So that'll be another service that can drop off. That's part of why I want to do this Microsoft 365 is because we have a lot of different services with various vendors in the county, and this would help to consolidate those because what's included in Microsoft 365 will take the place of a lot of those services that are out there. We would obviously do it as a planned implementation, so we're not just cutting things off and leaving people in a lurch. We'll make sure that it's a smooth transition.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nowosad.
I don't know if I should confess this or not. I'm a ham radio operator. There was a time when there are several clubs in the area, one up at the lake and a couple here in the valley, who are offering their services as emergency operators. Is there any effort to coordinate with the clubs in the area?
Yeah, there's a relationship now with 911 and the DCART program, and I can't remember what that stands for, but it's basically a radio club like that. And they actually have DCART has the space within that 911 Emergency Operations Center where some of them will come in and be able to do some work. And so yeah, we do work with some of the radio groups in the area, or 911 does, and our radio guys work with them as part of that function.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, one thing you left out about your background. You're a Marine. Just kidding. Okay. No, we're glad to have you here. Good presentation, and this is something that is in dire need of your expertise. So thank you for the presentation, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of you.
Thank you.
Now, on my agenda, this wasn't shown. What do you show for item 2, or 3 in this case? Oh, okay. All right. So we'll go to item number 2. For possible action, discussion to approve the fiscal year 2021-22 supplemental budget items for all Douglas County funds. Jenny Cartwright, but I don't see her. I see Terry Willoughby. Okay, Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Terry Willoughby for the record. Today, the first part we're going to discuss is the supplemental requests. And you've seen most of these already. We're going to go through the section by section. The first section is general fund, and I'm not going to go over each request again. I will discuss the new items that have been added, and then we can talk about what you don't want to fund, but we're not going to go through all of them. You can see on your screen I have the ones that are highlighted are new. We have economic development for NNDA for $25,000. For facilities, a remodel of the Sheriff's Department records, as the Sheriff discussed, for $175,000, and the addition of a Deputy Sheriff for an additional Deputy Sheriff, bringing that to 2 total for the vacation home rental program. And the other addition came in yesterday, and this was added to your packet as supplemental information. Addition of a summer intern for Judge Young. It's needed for court mandated research. So those are the only new items. The rest of them were all covered at the tentative budget, and so we can, at this time, we can proceed how you wish, Chair. And we do have money in the general fund to fund all the supplemental requests.
Well, you make it so easy, Ms. Willoughby. Has everybody had a chance to review this? Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to maybe have about 10 minutes so I can peruse this document before we go through it, but if that would be okay.
You'd like to take a 10-minute break so you can look it over, or you want to look? You want to look it all over here? Oh, okay. So you want to go through it all?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just give me a few minutes to go, are the rest of the commissioners comfortable and ready? And then I can live with that.
And Terry Willoughby, for the record, if I can make a suggestion, perhaps, Chair, if you want to go to each member of the board and ask them if there are items they don't wish to fund, and then we could have a discussion at the end about those. Would that work?
That's a good option. Everybody agree with that? And we may see something else during that process. So, anybody see things, any line item that they want to question?
Since we do have the budget for it.
Commissioner Gardner, you want to make a motion?
Sure. I've taken a quick moment to scan it, so as Mr. Rice points out, we did look at this. It's just a different little bit different format, that's all. Anyways, at this time, I would move to approve the fiscal year 2021-22 supplemental budget items for all the Douglas County funds as presented.
Second the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Noasad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 4-0. That was a quick 3 hours, Ms. Willoughby.
I think Ms. Cartwright did an excellent job of presenting these at the tentative budget, and I think that's why my job is so easy to swoop in here and finish it up. So,
Well, you did a good job because in the past, these things would take hours, and we have good numbers because of what you and your department are doing, and we can feel comfortable with everything that's presented. So we'll forge on ahead to item number 3 for possible action. Discussion to approve the Douglas County Capital Improvement Program for fiscal year 2021-2022 through 2025-2026. Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Terry Willoughby for the record. This is the same document that you saw at the tentative budget. I will go over them. There were a few changes. We heard the board's direction regarding the airport road project, and there is a project added into this version of the capital improvement plan. Project Air 1 for $660,000. It's the airport road and parking lot reconstruction project. I also amended some of the funding for the judicial law enforcement building. It's still staying at $4 million in this fiscal year 21-22 budget. However, the distribution between the general fund transfer and the ad valorem capital project fund is slightly modified, mostly because of the change in the funding for the Pittman Terrace Special Assessment District was approved by the board. And I would like to point out that the library does have 2 projects here, the carpeting replacement and library shelving projects. I am listing these as unfunded. If the board wishes to fund that, we would need to increase the transfer from the general fund to the library. However, I do believe that there would be enough surplus from the current fiscal year that we could look at, keep this project here and not fund it out of 21-22 and look at the surplus from fiscal year 2021 at the beginning of next fiscal year and perhaps fund it that way, would be my recommendation. But I'd be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Willoughby, Wes, could you say that again?
I was told that they're replacing the wooden shelving and it's warping.
Okay, Wes, stand by if you can hear. We apparently have audio problems again. And from talking to IT, this is not us. It's got something to do with the internet and its capability or limited capability or whatever. So Natalie, can you spot anything on there?
Natalie Wood, for the record, Nikki did say that they do not have audio through Zoom right now. Do we want to do a 5-minute technical break?
Natalie, this is Nikki from the clerk's office. We can hear Chairman Engels and we can hear you just fine. We were not hearing Ms. Willoughby.
Ms. Willoughby, you want to give a countdown from 5? Just check the audio.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We can hear her now. Thank you.
Okay.
Wes, can you hear?
Yes, sir. It's starting to feel like a commercial, but
Okay.
Terry Willoughby, for the record. Commissioner Rice, I think that the project would be starting the same, for the library shelving would probably be starting the same time as if we were taking it from the current year surplus rather than putting it in next year's budget. I don't see a delay in that.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Ms. Willoughby, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
I'm sorry, who is that? Okay. On the Muller Parkway, that $455,000 in the next fiscal year, that's unfunded, you're saying?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, at this time it's unfunded. I expect when we bring back next year's budget, we would be able to find funding for it. You'll see several projects in future years that are unfunded, but the only project that is unfunded for next fiscal year are the 2 library projects. So you could either amend that to increase the transfer from the general fund, or we could look at the surplus in the library fund from the current fiscal year.
I like that option of doing that and looking at the general funds that were perhaps available, as you're indicating. So anyways, I don't have any other questions. I don't know if, is this item on public comment area?
Item number 3, if you want to make a motion.
If that's the case, if it doesn't require public comment and the other commissioners don't have any other thing, I will move to approve the Douglas County capital improvement projects as presented with the funding for 2021 and 22 as indicated, included in the final budget.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion carries 4-0.
I think it's 5.
Oh, okay, you're online. Okay, that's 5-0 then. The motion carries. We stand corrected. Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian. We'll now go to closing public comments. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comments has not already been taken. The floor is now open for public comment in chambers. Mr. Morgan, would you like to make a public comment? Natalie, are there any Zoom comments?
Natalie Wood, for the record, we do have one participant. If you'd like to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand. And I know there's a slight delay between us and them. Okay, no public comment through Zoom.
Seeing no public comments, I think we've set a record. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.